What is it?
Handling those tricky decisions regarding Ryujin must have been difficult. In fact, I'm amazed you were able to deal with them at all. Those types of corporations remind me why I never ventured into business. I can't stand that way of life. Really? It surprises me you'd say that. Take what Ryujin's doing, for example. Based on your recommendation, they'll be continuing their work on the NeuroAmp technology. And now you're going to stand there and pretend you find that type of decision to be disgusting. Please. Yes, I can see that. Your actions have made that painfully clear. But imagine that technology in the wrong hands. Imagine the awful things you could force people. Unbelievable. I'm disappointed.
Talk to me, my dear friend. Neon, you think it would be peaceful with all those calm waters and beautiful sunsets. But I can't think of any town that's more stressful. Ryujin, Infinity Ltd. And there you were, navigating corporate bureaucracy like a professional. I hear you. Look, I know Neon is going to be Neon no matter what any of us do about it. But you just let them keep working on that NeuroAmp tech? Really? Oh, don't you dare. Science is a method, a tool, what they are doing. Science doesn't exist. That's asinine. But if the bottom line, it'll be used to die. Of course not. I know you were hoping for them. I just hope somebody... Anyway, not that... So, Masako... Sometimes the least worst option is all we can get. Anyway, you didn't happen to pick up any investment tips while you were in there? Just kidding. I don't even want to know.
Some
would say this place represents all the worst impulses of humanity.
Hotel Bullseye. Your home away from home here on Neon. Orbit.
Well, that was... You do just have to...
Look at you. Beautiful, unique, original.
Scram, I'm on duty. My shift goes long again. Got a problem?
I'm a little stoned right now. So, let's take it slow, okay? Yeah, sorry, I don't do autographs. Yeah? Okay, cool. Cool. Most people that come up to me just want an autograph or a picture. And after I've been modding all night, it gets really annoying. Programming the beats? Turning the dials? Come on, stay with me here. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I'm just pretty bummed out right now. My music slate's gone. Completely vanished. I had all of my new songs figured out on that thing, and someone ripped me off. Total drag. Oh yeah, absolutely. It allows me to step away from myself for a while and harmonize with the universe. There's music out there, you know, if you listen. The trick is not getting hooked on that feeling. I got close to that state a few times, but reality and responsibility has always managed to pull me back. I started playing music when I was 10. My father had an old electronic keyboard he passed down to me, and I fell in love with the thing. By the time I was 15, I got my first track and started club hopping. I was pretty young, but with my father as manager, he watched my back. 4 years later, and here I am, booked into the hottest club in the settled systems. Pretty crazy. Feeling the music? Oh man, wow, that would be so cool. Yeah, please. I thought I sensed a decent aura around you when you walked up. Songs, lyrics, poems, all of my thoughts, basically. We're talking 3 years of stuff. It's not like I can just rewrite everything. Some of those moments of inspiration are long gone, out of my mind. That's why I write them down. The thing is, I perform here at the lounge every single night, which means I can't repeat the same set over and over. I have to keep it real. Exactly. So, anything you can do to help is appreciated. And if you're looking for a lead, talk to Micah. She works the bar at Euphorica, and she's a walking grapevine. Anyway, I got to figure out how I'm going to mod my next set. I'll see you around, okay? Well, most of the people who come through here are fans, and they're either zoned or just digging the rhythms. That leaves collectors, competitors, or just a thief trying to make a cred. It could be anyone, really. People try to put a price on everything. Doesn't matter if it's music or the stars. If that price is big enough, you start attracting people with bad vibes and long knives. Only a matter of time before you get cut. Hope you enjoy the show.
Making things hard.
Hey there, what's up? Yeah, sorry. Yeah? Okay, most people that come... yeah, our music slates... Oh man, I thought I sensed... Exactly. Oh, and if you're Anyway. Well, that leaves collector. People try. If that price is big enough. Only a matter of... I started playing. By the time I was 4 years late.
I saw that. Good thing no one else did.
Look who's got a Laredo gun. Welcome to civilization, cowgirl.
presume there's a reason that you're disturbing me? I wouldn't normally bother with idle chatter, but that's such a ridiculous question. I'm going to gift you with a response. I don't own Neon. Neon is the property of Xenofresh Fisheries, of which I just happen to be the CEO and the major majority stakeholder. Now, if you'd care to take a moment to dissect that statement in your tiny little mind, I'm confident you'll discover the answer to your question. Not that it's any of your business, but yes, I'm the administrator of Neon. Actually, there are a lot of perks that come with the job. But do you want to know my favorite? One snap of my finger and people who ask too many questions get thrown off of the upper platform. I love that one. Next time, don't bother me unless it's important.
Don't go causing trouble.
If you're wondering what that smell is,
Best coffee. Anywhere in the galaxy.
Be sure you never find yourself on the wrong end of a bounty. Show no mercy. Leave no... I do. But I do not share these stories. I've seen them beg for their lives. Try to pay me not to bring them in. I'm not proud of all the lives I've taken. This life is kill or be killed. Each bounty represents a desperate person unwilling to face justice willingly. They do not play by the rules. Remember that. Goodbye.
Right now.
I like coming here. It lets me forget everything else for a bit.
plenty of space in the members' lounge today. Here for a drink? A chimera, perhaps? Certainly. Now you do understand that the fee is for unlimited use and that it's non-refundable. Excellent. Then here is your access key. Please let us know if anything in the lounge interferes with your comfort. Of course, I recommend our house specialty, the Chimera. It's a unique triple-layer drink that I believe you'll find quite delightful. It consists of mild cold soju on the top, a thin layer of fruit liqueur in the middle, and a strong dark soju at the bottom. The initial mildness of Chimera slowly warms the senses, which rapidly transitions into a sudden burst of sweetness from the fruit liqueur. This sweetness braces the palate for the impact of the much stronger, robust finish. It's a drink of my own design. I see. I'd be willing to divulge this information for the right price. Because when you work the bar, your clients tend to be more honest than they'd like to be. And besides, information isn't a drink that you can sample. When clients come to my bar, they expect a certain amount of discretion. Eroding their trust is not something I'm willing to do for free. Thank you for your business. The man you want goes by the name of Stratos. You'll find him at Madame Savage's. He's what you would call a fan of Miss Borealis's works. Or maybe fanatic is a more accurate term. Either way, he's the one you want. But you didn't hear it from me. He's one of the usual lowlifes you'll find at Madame Savage's. He's also a very fervent admirer of Miss Borealis and her work. It wouldn't surprise me if that admiration extended to her possessions. For fans like him, trinkets and mementos are a way to get closer to the one they admire. Fallen stardust. Don't forget to ask Q to see our special menu.
Excuse me.
I keep them coming. It's been a rough day.
You good?
Anything I can get to help you relax? Hello there. On behalf of Euphorica, I welcome you to our members' lounge. I'll be happy to provide whatever you need from our private bar to enhance your experience. Can I get you anything? Some Aurora, perhaps? Yes. Well, due to the extreme exclusivity of the members' lounge, we like to keep the fact that we offer Aurora confidential. You can rest assured that purchasing Aurora from this establishment is not only safe, it's completely legal. Of course, no purchases are required. You're more than welcome to simply relax, absorb the energy, and center yourself. We also offer an assortment of beverages, so feel free to browse our selection anytime. Begging your pardon, I find that fraternizing with the customers can lead to problems. I prefer my private life remain my own. No offense intended. Thank you. Let me know if I can help in any other way. Certainly. May I suggest you start with some Aurora? Peace, solace, and serenity be with you.
I'll just have a beer for now.
Of course. Please enjoy.
Thanks, Michael.
Yeah, I know it's missed.
What I don't sell,
We have everything you want to have neon in.
A good song. You can play on repeat for hours, and it never gets old. Oh, yeah, I love her music so much. You're a fan of Borealis too? I vibe with that bird hard. She's a beast on the beats, and I love her. Got a track in me head right now. Boom! 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 Yeah, you hear it? It's bloody mood, innit? I just need some more Aurora so I can get me head bobbing with the wave. Find that zone. You got the goods, and I'll think about it. I need a hit. Bad. Normally, I'd never leave the Astral Lounge. I can't stand being away from that place. And, but I can't listen to Borealis if I'm not zoning. That bird's song deserves the best eye Aurora can fly. Lady, there's no way in hell I'm giving you this. This slate brings me closer to her. As her biggest fan, I feel like I deserve to have it. Why would I part with the one thing that connects me to her? I think you may be right. Yeah, I do want what's best for her. Maybe we can work something out. As much as I hate to admit it, you're right. Okay, you can have the slate. But next time I stop by, I want to hear a mod so sick it beats the piss out of my brain.
Don't just gaze at this. Reach for it.
To the Hotel Bullseye. You're home away from home.
Never look in the mirror and wish you could see.
Cause any trouble? I'm not gonna say this twice. Get the hell away.
Need another hit of Aurora? I got you.
I feel like I'd knock you.
Alright, you'll have fun. Let loose.
I'm a little zoned right now. So, a fan, really. Although, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. They can get pretty possessive. Doesn't matter if it's my things or my time. I get that. There's definitely a line you shouldn't cross. But sounds like it all worked out in the end. I've got my slate, which means the people will get their trip. Inspiration's like a wave. Sometimes it's hard to catch it before the break. That's what this slate is. A still wave. A feeling frozen in time. And I appreciate you bringing it back to me. Yeah, it looked like nothing was downloaded or tampered with. I'm almost glad it was taken by a fan instead of a competitor. Would have been awful to lose that thing. I was working on a brand new concept piece about floating into the center of existence. I'm not feeling it yet. I'm still working out the last few sections, but eventually I'll give it a spin in the Astral Lounge. Thanks again for finding that thing. Next time, I'll try and keep an eye on it. And people say I'm spaced out. You sinking or sounding? Oh yeah, the trick is... See you on the flip.
Green lights on outer hatch. We're docked.
Captain, it is pleasant to see you.
Oh, good. Story time. Love it.
I have never been one to spend. Much time in bed, but yeah, maybe changing that.
How can I be of service, Captain?
I miss the sun on Jemison. Once I get time off.
This mission is going to require discretion on a number of fronts.
Excellent. Let me have it, and I'll upload it to our database. It's amazing that all this romantic nonsense about Crix's legacy really just amounts to a rumor Jasper Crix picked up in jail. It just goes to show you how a tiny rumor can snowball into a full-blown fairy tale.
Anything else?
Are you kidding me? Dombrowski was already making a six-figure salary, and yet he couldn't resist starting an embezzlement scheme. It makes me sick. Ah, it's gonna be an absolute pleasure to throw his butt in prison.
That it?
Good. When Sizdef stumbled across the wreckage of the ship, we were sure it was the Crimson Fleet, but we could never prove it. We found 32 dead colonists in that wreckage. Poor crew must have put up a hell of a fight. At least their families will now have some closure. Find anything else? Okay, fine. I know there's more out there, so keep on it. Two reasons. First, Commander Akande's playing this operation extremely close to the vest. That means keeping prisoners under his own roof until this is resolved. Second, this is an undercover mission. For our safety and yours, we need to keep these prisoners out of the spotlight. We'll be here if you need us.
This mission will be tricky. Gunspike will be heavily
If these
guarded.
missions keep going sideways,
Trust you can do it without
I don't know how
violence.
much longer the commander can vouch for you.
Elevated temperature here. Be sure to stay properly hydrated.
Well, Mr. Dunt, your diagnostics check out for that. Look at your camera.
Heard you made off with something called the Earth Savior Award. Damn pirates will let you steal anything that isn't bolted.
Maintenance crews are the unsung heroes of the Vigilance. Ensign Betty does a ton of work keeping things shipshape.
Word is, you just opened fire on a Starliner. You're starting to take this pirate role a little too well, don't you think?
Excuse me.
Sir, if I may speak freely, is there a reason for the harsh reprimand?
Circulation and nerve damage, aka transfer.
Hello.
Docking seal released.
Jump complete. Want to do it again, just for fun? No? Maybe later.
And we're locked in.
again.
Yeah?
Be certain you still have everything in them.
Captain, do you require my assistance?
Need something?
You looking to start something? Because I'll finish it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gail Dunnigan of SSNN, and this is Galactalk. My guest tonight is one of the most notorious criminals in the settled systems. His ruthlessness and desire for wealth has landed him squarely at the top of the wanted list for every major law enforcement agency in the... I am, of course, speaking of the self-appointed leader of the Crimson Fleet himself, Jasper Cricks.
They may not have official
Good evening,
security
Mr. Cricks.
Good evening, Gail. Thank you for accepting my invitation.
Yes, well, being blindfolded and then grav jumped to what appears to be an abandoned mining facility isn't exactly what I call an invitation.
Well, I'm sure you're not surprised that your request for an interview would come with some very specific conditions.
Frankly, I was a bit surprised to receive any type of response at all. Would you mind telling me why you decided to do this interview?
Because there comes a time in every pirate's life where they have to make an extremely important decision. Do they take a leap and become one of the most legendary pirates in history? Or do they simply sputter on, subsisting on freighters and deep space privateers?
So are we to assume that you are taking the leap? That Jasper Cricks is moving on to bigger and better things in his life?
That's spot on, Gail. That's exactly why you're here.
Interesting. Well then, would you mind sharing with us exactly what your particular leap entails?
In due time. There's no rush. In fact, I'd say we have at least 12 hours before the authorities trace this broadcast.
So tell us about Jasper Cricks' version of the Crimson Scar.
All I can tell you is that under my guidance, the Crimson Scar became more influential than every other syndicate combined.
I hope you did not have
Here
any
I
of those
was,
breadsticks.
22 years old, and I
fully
had
expect you would
power,
find them missing
people that
when you
followed
leave.
my orders, and an endless stream of credits.
Always ask
Gail,
for a bigger cut.
I have to
It's
tell you,
all about making
I was
those
having a
credits.
time.
What'll it be, friend? Buying, selling? The Trade Authority takes anything and everything. A well-kept appearance gives the impression of a respectable establishment. The more respectable the place, the more credits people are willing to pay. Oh, but the Crimson Fleet is. The Trade Authority values a good customer. Business on the Key is like no other. It's the sole reason I'm here, for the credits. There are a few who share that sentiment. You'd think a successful business relationship would change their minds, but a few will always see me as an outsider. Regardless, as long as the fleet has goods to push, the Trade Authority will always maintain a presence on the Key. I hope you're not low on credits. You find anything of value, bring it here first.
If you're doing any lifting later, I can spot you.
When the sky starts raining credits. Until then, maybe you can just shut up and stop complaining.
Let me just ask you one final question before we wrap up.
Fine. Go ahead.
When is enough going to be enough? How many credits does Jasper Cricks need until he's satisfied?
I should have expected you to ask such a stupid question. How the hell could you ever...
So wait, say that again. You think I'm who?
Stop playing games. We both know your real name is Leonel Soto, and you know why I'm here.
Who are you? Fleet? Ecliptic? An independent?
I've spent 2 long years and every credit I had looking for you, just so I could look you in the eye before I pulled the trigger.
And what's with the gun? There must be some mistake. I honestly don't know who you are.
Iswa's sister is
Of course you don't know who I am. You're never concerned with the death you leave in your wake, in your pursuit of greed. You killed my husband, you son of a bitch! And now I'm going to kill you!
Such a terrible shame. All that time and money she wasted. Ah, well. Better get rid of the body.
Someone locked that for a reason. Let us see what it is.
last time I complained to Nave, I ended up with a broken arm.
I think you may be trying to take a little too much on. Literally.
If you need credits, hit up the mission boards at the core.
Box grog is fine if you like cheap moonshine. Give me an Erdebrow lager and I'm good.
I always thought heat leeches were just pests. Never considered treat you as one as a pet. Imagine having your own terrible...
Is Samina seeing anyone right now? Patience. I gotta sort it.
Tell us what the future holds for the Crimson Fleet.
Changes are coming, Gale. Huge changes. Crimson Fleet will soon be a much bigger player in this little game between the members of the settled systems.
That's quite a bold statement. Would you care to elaborate?
Well, let's just say that I'm on the brink of a score so large, it makes everything else pale in comparison. Beyond that, you'll just have to wait and see.
If you aren't willing to discuss the details, why grant SSNN this interview?
Simple. I refuse to allow the UC to spin or bury the story, making it sound like they're in complete control of the situation. I'm gonna tell you right now, they aren't.
Why does the Crimson Fleet need to make this mysterious move that you're being so evasive about?
I know SysDef instructed you to draw this meeting out as long as possible. So let me sum this up. I intend to make sure that the Crimson Fleet becomes the United Colony's worst nightmare. And nothing, I mean nothing in this universe, will stop me from achieving that goal.
There are those that would disagree with you and claim this interview is grandstanding, or worse, a recruitment tool. After all, SSNN reaches every corner of the settled system, and your aspirations could inspire the directionalists to turn to the fleet.
You and the sheep that listen to your garbage can believe whatever the hell you want. If you were so worried about what I had to say, you wouldn't have allowed yourself to be brought here.
Caught. Talk to Jazz if you need upgrades. Yeah?
All right, Jazz. What do you got?
According to the latest, the comm spike is being developed at UC Star Station SY-920. Look. Station undisclosed.
Fantastic. So how do we disclose it?
We could lean on your smuggling. Contact? Call in that favor. You know who I mean.
Our friend on Jim's.
Hey, champ. I'm including
I
this
also
month's
wish to
list
be
of parts
prepared
I need
for
for the key.
any
Don't bust a gut,
situation,
it's
but
hefty, but I know
there
you
are
can handle
practical limits, no?
All right, Rook. Next stop, New Atlantis. Your connection is Juan Dayu. She's got most of the premium UC smuggling routes locked down tight. If you don't piss her off, she should be able to sneak you past SY-920's security.
Just remember to count your fingers after you shake hands with her.
She would be wise to do the same.
You're in the fleet. You should always expect trouble. As far as Juan goes, even though she's one of our newer contacts, you shouldn't have any problems dealing with her. Definitely. We're talking cargo depots, star yards, research stations, and, like in SY-920's case, military outposts. I've never seen someone new to the game have so many contacts. It's the reason we let her join up in the first place. I don't know how she accomplished that. We've been trying to crack some of those places for years. I sure hope so. Because she might be our only crack at finding a decent decryption device. Once Juan gets you past the guard dogs, it's gonna be on you to locate the comm spike. According to the data we have, it's in the prototype phase, meaning there should only be a single device aboard the station.
Basically, you break it, you bought it. We paid good money for the information, so I'm sure it works. And if it doesn't, a certain source at Mast is going to have to deal with a very pissed off Neva. And that would be the end of that. You just bring the tech here, I'll do the rest.
Oh, and one more thing. SY-920 is a UC military installation. That means it's guarded by heavily armed troops. And we both know those idiots don't mess around. If you intend to turn the place into a shooting gallery, you might want to be sure you're hauling an arsenal, because you're gonna need it. She's got the clout to get you in the front door. They're gonna think you're part of a regular supply delivery. Beyond that, you and Juan are gonna have to put your heads together and come up with a plan. Are you kidding? The UC's already painted giant red crosshairs on our backs. Keyway and his pals at SysDef won't rest until we're dead. It's not like you can make them any angrier at us, right? Shoot the place full of holes if you want. Just bring back that comm spike. Perfect. That's what I like to hear. Okay, so I'm gonna arrange a meeting with Juan at Kay's place in the well. In the meantime, I'll make sure Jazz comes up with a solution to the electromagnetic atmosphere problem at Bannock 4.
Oh, okay. You'll make sure? More like, get drunk while Jazz does all the hard work. Typical.
Privileges of rank, my darling. We'll discuss it a little later. And you, get the hell out of here. And don't come back without that comm spike in your cargo bay. I'm gonna leave that up to you, Rook. If you get into deep trouble and you think bringing her into the fold is gonna make the difference, tell her whatever you want. At some point, Delgado's gonna be promising everyone their cut of Crix's legacy. If we want him to stick with the fleet, it's inevitable. But until the money's within reach, the less people that know, the better. The Crimson Fleet made contact with her about a year ago. We were searching for a smuggling connection in UC space, and her name kept popping up repeatedly, so I decided to put her to the test. Not only did she pass, but the results were off the charts. Made us both a ton of credits. That was good enough for me. Beyond that, I don't know much about her. But hey, as long as she keeps my gal bank account humming, she can keep all the secrets she wants. Hit me up if you got questions.
UC'll never crush the fleet.
Captain, hello. I am satisfied to see that.
Pressure normalizing. Undocking complete. Jump complete. Propulsion restored. Docking cycle complete.
You look well today.
Captain, it is pleasant to see you.
I could have joined any division of the UC Navy. If we keep having casualties, it's
This
going to be
mission
tough
is going to
explain
require
this to
discretion
Matt.
on an... Good. The more you find, the stronger our case. Yeah, you're right. But there's no way this was a solo job. Shifting all those parts takes serious manpower. I'll send this to Mast so they can shake the tree a bit, see what falls out. Looks like Durand better start looking for parts somewhere else. Any other fragments? So Voss engineered a way to directly interface with the Key's mainframe? I knew he was a math genius, but didn't realize he was so tech-savvy. Well, we'll share this information with Galbank. Hopefully it'll help them shore up the security on their cryptocurrency. Have any more? So, Mr. Yasso is actually Lionel Soto. We thought Soto was dead. At least, that's what the records told us. I'll have the records updated, but seeing as Mr. Yasso has surrounded himself with the Crimson Fleet, there isn't much we can do. Yet. Find anything else? All right. Keep up the good work. That information is classified, so even what I do know, I can't divulge. Now, I realize as part of this mission, you'll probably end up finding out anyway, but that's besides the point. For the sake of your cover, it's best you work with whatever information the fleet gives you. I know as much as you do. I wasn't briefed on this particular device. But if the fleet wants to trace the Legacy's transponder signal, they'll need something beyond the decryption tech we have currently. If such a device exists, it's likely being developed by the UC. They're pirates in every sense of the word, but they've managed to get more organized under their current leadership. That makes them especially dangerous, but hopefully it makes them a little more predictable too. We'll provide you with information, but any inventory or ship services, it's best you get from the fleet. It'll help you maintain your cover and also give you an idea of how the fleet's operation works. Let me know if you need anything else.
Fight on the Siren is gonna be all over the news.
Systems are nominal. We are ready to depart.
are clear.
That is simply the best. Start to a day that one could ask for.
Again, the customer satisfaction survey of New Atlantis businesses ranked Galbank in the top 3.
Your file says you have a military background. Well, don't embarrass your old outfit.
I take it you're Neva's new recruit? Ah, you must not be used to pirates being so cordial. But in the heart of New Atlantis, we have to do our best to keep up appearances.
I can't afford to be as rough as some of our cohorts. It's all for business. Careful, the walls have ears. SY-920 is one of my regular stops, so I already have the necessary approvals. Neva says you're after a piece of UC tech. So to get it, we're going to need to get you on board. I can do that, but I have conditions. Huh. Neva warned me you were difficult. Clearly I didn't understand what she meant, but I do now. If I can be candid, for this job to work, we'll have to do this my way. We take my ship, and you're a member of my crew. But make no mistake, once you board, the risk is entirely yours. This route is highly lucrative, and sacrificing it is not an option.
Do not mistake us for amateurs. We will get the job done without sacrificing your route.
I appreciate the confidence. I just want to remind you, this job calls for more discretion than your usual swashbuckling adventures. In any case, when you're ready, meet me at my ship. It's the Jade Swan. And make sure you're prepared for the long haul. Once you're on board SY-920, you can't come and go as you please. I'd like to, but I need to keep a low profile. In my experience, the more people know about you, the more they have over you. True, but silence is a powerful thing. I find the best way to get to know someone is to watch them work. Talking just muddies the picture. Anyways, I appreciate the small talk. Delgado's crew aren't usually so chatty. But let's keep our focus on the mission. We can swap bar stories and share scars when we've got enough creds to buy the bar and fix the scars. Enough to be on the first name basis with the Marines working the comps. It also helps they want us to dock. A cargo ship means supplies, special requests, slates from home. In the void of space, a cargo hauler is a soldier's best friend. Only what I've been told. Get you on the SY-920, get you out if I can. That being said, I can be a better guide if I know what it is we're after. So, it's up to you. We'll talk more on the ship.
Approaching ship, you've entered Freestar Collective space. Maintain your current course while we scan for contraband. Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
Jump complete.
What have we got? got here? Don't look like a fellow homesteader. Something finally heard that new Borealos album. I don't get it. Sounds like two flight computers fighting. I can probably help you out.
Landing gear is ready. Sign is clear.
Something catch your eye? Or are you just checking? I do not think I could tire of seeing these magnificent structures.
destined to succeed.
How can I be of service, Captain?
Want to hear one of my stories? Do you have one to tell me? Ship's good. Buckle up and let's go. Orbital insertion complete. Now move freely about the cabin.
Must have been a good jump.
Be
Listed in one
advised,
piece.
you are entering United Colonies space. Please maintain course and prepare to be scanned. Scan complete. You are cleared to land at New Atlantis.
Docking.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, never regretted coming out of retirement. Constellation's got the writ of the righteous. Keeps me young. Got to be an expert at the Grim Gathering from a young age. Fleet isn't known for its high value on life, but you circled around when someone's time came and went, all the same. Would you believe I thought all that was over when I retired? When you're around people who care, even if it's just yourself, you start seeing possibilities, not ends. Friends, rivals, enemies, all one and the same there. Could always tell yourself they probably would have stabbed you in the back one day. But here, Constellation looks out for each other. Makes you feel invincible. Until you're not. Nothing yet. Still poring over the charts.
Fascinate me.
Is there something I can help you with?
Greetings, Captain.
Oh, sorry. Was doing the... And the darkness gets lit, just a candle more. Sorry, haven't...
You've got something for me?
released. Here. Pressure stable. Thrusters are a go. Ready. my friend. Dish.
Hey, what can I help you with? I'm right behind you.
Ms. Morgan, I shall be here if you need me.
It's actually comforting to know that, Androsia. Thank you.
I am here for you, should you need me.
Had a good sleep?
Hope you're having a good one.
I apologize for coming over this emergency channel, but we are in need of assistance concerning the large ship in orbit, and we value discretion in this matter. If you are willing and able, please see me as soon as possible at the main security office.
Air pressure, seals, ship integrity, all good.
Think for you when you have a moment.
Captain, greetings.
Stay alert. Weapons at the ready.
Remain calm. There's no reason to... You're... human. It's just that we weren't expecting to find life, let alone human life out here. We thought we were the only ones to leave Earth.
Imagine being cut off from humankind for that long. How terribly frightening that would be.
Perhaps we should greet our guests.
Of course. Manners. I'm Captain Diana Brackenridge. This is Security Officer Bomani Reader. And this is Dr. Mabuti da Costa, one of our elders.
A pleasure to meet you.
You've come aboard the Earth colony ship, Constant. Generations ago, we set forth from the planet Earth with the mission of colonizing a new habitable world, in the spirit of our ancestors nearly a millennium ago. I see. As you may have presumed, we're in a bit of a bind. Our ship has finally completed its near 200-year journey from Earth, only to find our new home seemingly colonized by... well, we don't know. Communications haven't been successful, so your arrival is fortuitous. Perhaps you'd be willing to act as a middle person between ourselves and... the others. Well, the short answer is, we didn't. It's a generation ship, which is to say that most of us lived long, happy lives on board and passed our mission down to our children. It was never intended that the original crew would make it to our destination. The goal was always the preservation of the human race above all else. Though, it would seem that was perhaps a bit presumptuous. We do. Well, sort of. We saw structures using our surveying equipment. We've also seen the various ships pass us by. Some even seemed to want to communicate, but couldn't. Of course, we had no idea that they were being piloted by other humans. Ah, your question confirms one of our recent theories. It would seem that some form of faster-than-light travel or space-bending technology was invented during our long journey. That would explain why we would find people this far out into space. I guess technology leapfrogged us at some point. Interesting. I can only imagine that our predecessors didn't believe the technology would ever work, and so they made the decision to leave when they did. Oh yes, of course. Where are my manners? Now then, please follow me. There's much to discuss first. We'll speak more on the matter once we reach the bridge. Dr. DaCosta, you may return to your quarters if you wish.
Thank you, Captain.
I will follow you to the bridge, ma'am. For security purposes.
I do not believe we have need to fear our guest, but I'll allow it if you insist. Welcome to the Earth colony ship Constant. In the early 2100s, my ancestor, Rupert Brackenridge, researched a number of scientific scenarios: climate change, asteroid impact, nuclear war, global pandemic, and more. Each scenario showed the likelihood of an extinction-level event to be within 50 years. He fully believed Earth was destined to be rendered uninhabitable. We've always assumed that's what happened. So, he gathered the best and brightest he could find, built the Constant, and set a course for this planet here. We were told that it was the largest, most advanced ship ever constructed on Earth at the time. If you can believe, entire generations have been born, lived, and died on this ship. It really goes to show that there are no limits to human ingenuity and perseverance.
Seen a ship like yours before. Well, then again, I haven't seen any ships before you arrived.
We've got strict rules around here, but they're strict for a reason.
I have to say, with technology this outdated, I'm amazed this vessel is able to navigate at all. It's almost like walking through a museum.
But I'm glad for it. I think I'm coming up on 6 years now. I was only a teenager when my father died, passing command of the ship to me, as is tradition. Because of that, I've had to sort of learn as I go along, instead of taking years of study and apprenticeship under the prior captain. I think some people on the ship resent me for not having the level of experience as my predecessors. But at the same time, without my command, we likely wouldn't have made it here so quickly. A bit frazzled, as you can imagine. People are anxious about discovering that we're not alone, and also worried about what will come to pass. While we hope we can work out a deal with the people on the surface, they seem reluctant to reach out, so there's no telling what will come of that. I do know that we can't afford to stay here in orbit forever. The ship was built to sustain us for many years with backup provisions just in case, but even that will come to an end eventually. Difficult is the wrong word. It can be both challenging at times and also exciting. Our mission was to rebuild humanity on a distant world, believing that we were Earth's last hope. To think that while there has always been a Brackenridge in the captain's chair, that I am the one to finally oversee our journey's end is truly exhilarating. But with this stumbling block in our path, at this final moment, I fear tough choices will need to be made. Well, as I mentioned, we've been unsuccessful in communications with anyone up until you arrived, though not for lack of trying. But since you're asking, maybe you'd be willing to be a sort of diplomat between us and them as we attempt to resolve our situation. Does that sound agreeable to you? We suspect that our equipment is woefully obsolete compared to whatever you all have now. In all honesty, we never expected to need to communicate with anyone, so our comms aren't particularly robust. That limits our options. We even attempted communicating with lights and sounds, something we saw in an old movie, but I don't believe they picked up on it. If anything, it may have inadvertently alarmed them. We know there's a settlement on the planet below, meaning people were here before us. You see, we intended to settle here, but we assumed that they intend to defend their claim given their presence here. We'd like you to go speak to them on our behalf and help us negotiate a solution, preferably one that favors us. Based on the data our ancestors had when they launched this endeavor, it was determined that this was the perfect planet for us. Even if we had another viable candidate planet, we lack the resources to get there. And as you know, it took us 200 years to get here. Our people have no desire to go back to drifting the stars so their children's children can possibly settle on an inferior planet. Yes, of course. But we need to start from a firm position and state our goal. If need be, we can compromise, work out a mutually beneficial deal or some such, but initially I'd like you to be firm with them and convince them to leave the planet to us. Let me know how they respond, and we'll go from there. We thought about it, but it simply won't do. I need to think about the distant future of our people. Sure, our first settlement may be small, but our predecessors dreamt of our new civilization spreading across the globe. That will be difficult if someone else plans to do the same. While we're not completely close to the idea of sharing, it's much easier if we have complete domain over this world. I'm serious. We have a rightful claim to this land, and I intend to fight for it. But as you're currently our only hope, perhaps you'll honor my request and give it your all, for the sake of some very weary travelers who have come a very long way to be here. Thank you.
The Constant is a peaceful ship. Don't change that.
There's so much to learn about now.
We were never trained to address threats coming from outside our ship. Out there, things are going to be more interesting from here on out.
Slates that I've read. Oh, I feel I should know who this person is, but somehow it's escaped my memory.
Careful waving that fancy gun around. We don't need to see what it can do. Just because our equipment's old doesn't mean it won't work to take down troublemakers. now that we know what's out there, things are gonna be more interesting from here on out.
Boy, am I glad you weren't some sort of alien or something.
Hey there.
Hydroponics, of course. This must be how the colony ship kept itself fed over all these years in space.
Careful waving that fancy gun around. We don't need to see what it can do.
Wow. I've heard about you, but
upset with you.
Here you are.
Is this about my decision? You know I must do what is right. I cannot abdicate my duty to the colony.
And I thought I was the stubborn one in this relationship. I know you feel obligated to volunteer, but I wish you would reconsider. After all, we're here.
Life on a colony ship has its ups and downs, as you can probably imagine. I tend to look on the bright side of things, however. To the best of our knowledge, sure, the living quarters could be considered cramped, and we could go nowhere else. But we also had near endless time with friends and loved ones. I suppose as I get on in years, I have learned to appreciate that more than anything. I'm a doctor and a counselor. I assist my wife Lorelei in performing minor medical duties, but I also practice psychology and help maintain our crew's mental health. I know it must seem strange to you. I am not a captain, nor am I a security guard. But I was brought along for a very specific reason. The captain trusts me to de-escalate situations. Pardon me saying, but we did not know who you were or what your intents were. So, Captain Breckenridge wanted me to come along as a friendly face and keep the conversation amicable. I am glad that you were peaceful, and my role was as limited as it was. Thank you. The pleasure was mine.
Wait, how is it I don't know you? I know everyone on this ship. Oh my. Yes, of course. Sorry, I was with a difficult patient when the announcement came through. But now I remember. They sent my husband, Mabuti, to greet you. It's quite fortunate that you arrived when you did, for Mabuti's sake. Hopefully you can help resolve our current predicament. There isn't, at least not in the medical sense. Since he was one of the eldest on board, he was ready to volunteer for termination. Thankfully, since you've arrived, that no longer seems necessary.
Excuse me? Volunteer for termination? Meaning what, exactly?
It means that he was going to volunteer his own life for the sake of the others on this ship, due to limited spaces and supplies. Like the others, his life would then be honored with special distinction and recorded for history. Rarely we had to make difficult choices when no one would volunteer. But Mabuti, he's too generous to let that happen. I certainly hope so, too. It shouldn't.
I should certainly hope that it doesn't. Okay.
I've never treated anyone from outside our ship. But if you need help, I'm...
Hey!
Sure is nice to know there are other people out there.
Wow. Hi.
These are exciting times, aren't they?
I wonder what else is out there.
I've lived my entire life in the constant. I'm not sure how else to live.
Keeping a 200-year-old ship running is no easy task. I was hoping to talk to our visitor from outer space, and here you are! Welcome, welcome! I have a million burning questions, but I won't overwhelm you. There will be plenty of time for that later. Please, indulge me just a couple. How did you do it? Did humanity finally discover faster-than-light travel and eclipse our poor old ship? Knew it. It's incredible! I read about this technology in our archives from Earth, but it was only theoretical back then. Amazing! I'll have to learn more. Oh, I've got so many questions, but I'm being rude. I haven't even given you my name. Chief Engineer Kazemi, but you can call me Amin. And, I might add, I'm one of the reasons we're still floating out here today. Yes, of course. Anything for my new friend. Some may say I'm a master of keeping things together with nothing but duct tape and bubblegum. Well, if we had any gum left. Pretty sure that ran out 100 years ago. When I'm not dealing with catastrophic engine failures, I manage the other engineers. We maintain all the machinery, computers, you name it. We keep the life support on, and the ship flying. Many years ago, when I was a junior engineer, the reactor's computer burned out. The computer that controls the reactor's various regulators. I'll spare you the details, but when that happens, the ship and everyone on it is in danger of turning into a mess of hot slag. I had to jury-rig parts from old media devices to prevent a meltdown. And that's how I became the boss around here. Yes! So many! Does everyone have their own spaceships like you? Do people only live on naturally habitable planets, or did they learn to terraform? Are we in contact with alien species? I have so many more, but I don't want to take up all your time. Haha! I knew it! Incredible! Amazing! Simply amazing! In our ancestors' time, only the very wealthy could afford to build ships. Even this ship was only possible by our families pulling together nearly all of their financial resources. I'm not surprised. The amount of energy it would take to terraform an entire planet seems improbable. I can assume these types of colonies are strictly for mining and gathering rare resources, since there are nearly limitless habitable planets to choose from out there. Disappointing, but not unexpected. When you showed up, I tried to tell the others about the Fermi paradox. I suggested that the most likely explanation for you was that humanity had developed faster, more advanced technology and had leapfrogged us. Seems I was right. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me. I can have a bit of a big personality, I'm told. So let me know if I ever get on your nerves. Great question. I do not know for sure, but I can venture a guess. All of the reading I've done on the matter suggests that at the time, there was uncertainty that the technology would ever work, or if it did, that it would work at the scale we needed. So, I trust they made the decision to strike out when they did, fully believing it was the only way. See you!
That they've been getting some false positives from the sensor companies.
I wonder what it's like out there beyond our little community.
Let's get to it. Pretty sure I know how to fix it. It shouldn't take long.
And to think, all this time we
Hi there.
were alone.
Oh, Nice to meet you. And that's true. As you can imagine, everyone kind of just knows each other around here. Meeting new people isn't really a thing for us. Right? We've been cooped up together in this ship all our lives. So outside of births, there's literally no way for new people to arrive, you know? Anyway, sorry for freezing up before. I just didn't expect our visitor from the outside to stop by and chat with me. I figured, if anything, you'd be with the captain. I'm Daisuke, the ship's provisions manager. I'm not sure what I can offer you, but if I can help, I will. And if not, I'm happy just to talk. We manage. I know back on Earth, there used to be stores all over the place. Some that even specialized in specific types of goods, if you can imagine. But here, this is it. We have very limited supplies. Most of our stuff is recycled. Even the food. In a roundabout way. If you know what I mean. It works out for the most part. Because it has to. You'll sense a running theme with that around here. Not really. Things don't work that way here. It's not a shop like you hear about in the books and movies. Or, where you're probably from. Almost everything is communal or shared in some way, but sometimes people want a little something extra or special for themselves. So when that happens, they come to me. Mostly, I just keep track of the ship's inventory and help ration the supplies so we don't run out. Take care. It's almost time to take in. Be seeing you.
Boy, am I glad you weren't some sort of alien or something.
There's so much more to learn about now.
I don't know, but he deserves whatever he gets. Do you know how many times he's saved the lives of everyone aboard this ship?
Hey there.
Never seen a ship like yours before. But then again, I haven't seen any ships.
We got strict rules around here. They're strict for a reason.
Just because our equipment's old, doesn't mean it won't work to take down troublemakers.
Can I help? Take your time.
Yes? All right, let's go. I've lived my entire life in the Constant. I'm not sure how else to live. Hey.
I wonder...
It definitely takes a special type of person to live their entire life, birth to death.
Wow, I've heard about you, but here you are.
And to think, all this time, we thought we were alone.
Yes, our daughter is now pregnant with our second child, and the Constant is at capacity. It is the duty of the old to make way for the young. It is how we have survived. There is a small chance that if we cannot resolve this issue with the settlement below in time, I may need to follow through and do what is right for all of us. I doubt it will come to that, because you have brought us hope. But nothing is guaranteed. I am at peace with that, as my parents were before me. Lorelei is, of course, not pleased. She can be a little stubborn. But as she is also the one to carry out the procedure, it is understandable. Thank you. It's the way I was raised to be. I make sacrifices so that others may live on. For example, there was an elderly couple on board. They had no children, and their family name was to die with them. I convinced Lorelei that we should take it on. My brother will continue our family legacy, but I will carry on the DeCostas. Be well on your journey.
When you have a moment, I'd like to speak to you. The Constant is a peaceful ship. Don't change that.
Just stay out of trouble.
These are exciting times, aren't they?
We were never trained to address threats coming from outside our ship.
Just because our equipment's old doesn't mean it won't work to take down troublemakers. When you have a few moments, there's something I'd like to discuss.
Dusty. Dusty. Dusty.
Ships separated. Engaging drive. Landing site is clear. Let's head down.
It is pleasing to speak with you.
You are the soundest sleeper I've ever seen. Now this planet, this... speak to you.
Yes? You need something?
Your safety is our #1 priority.
I shouldn't be telling you this, but don't order the 6-prawn delight. Just don't.
Don't worry about us. We're just here to keep the peace.
Hello.
This is probably the best vacation I've ever taken.
Have a great day.
Oh, this looks like a lovely place for a stay. Might also be the perfect time to stop for some food or tranquility.
Welcome to
Where should
Paradiso Gift Shop and Convenience. Feel free to look around, but don't break anything or you've got to buy it. And before you ask, there aren't any discounts, so don't even try to haggle with me. Why would I? I have to sell overpriced crap to rude, obnoxious tourists all day. My uncle works for the Paradiso board. When he said he could get me a job here, I expected an executive level job, not this. But it's not all bad. I don't have to worry about getting fired, and I live in Paradiso for free. Now, can I get you something, or are you going to keep asking questions about my life? Mm-hmm. That is what we do here. Have fun out there.
I hope your stay here is going well.
I have an important personal decision to make, but I need to discuss something with you first. Phew, thank you. So, where to start? Before I was with the Navigator Corps, I was career military, part of the United Colonies Navy. When the Colony War broke out, I was posted as the chief navigator on a warship, the Dauntless. Well, the position didn't last long. There was a particularly bloody battle. We were fighting over a world in the Eta Cassiopeia system. Worst fighting I'd ever seen. We lost 12 ships that day. 12. Including my own. Economic reasons. Several of the worlds in the Cassiopeia system were mineral rich. Both sides wanted to drop refinery outposts on the surface to bolster their supply. With hundreds of lives lost on both sides, I'd argue there were no winners at all. Now let me finish. The ship was barely intact. The captain and first mate died. A shrewd... Yes, I know, okay? We fought for hours, but the damage was fatal. I gave the order to abandon ship and the crew piled into the escape shuttle. As the shuttle launched, I could see it was damaged. I heard screams before the radio cut. The last thing I saw, they were spiraling helplessly towards the planet's surface. There was nothing I could do. You're sorry. For me? If I hadn't been so stubborn, so eager to prove that I could handle command, my crew would have had more time to escape. My superiors. When the dust settled, the United Colonies gave me a medal. Can you believe that? A damn medal. I never even had a chance to find the shuttle wreckage and give my crew a proper burial. Bad luck. That sounds familiar.
Remember when you said no one but me would have pushed harder to keep the Navigator Corps going? Well, this time, pushing too hard cost lives.
Don't you get it? Everything I do, everything I touch, somehow falls apart. That's why I'm worried about us. Look, it's clear the two of us are becoming more than partners. We're becoming close friends. Even though I've pushed people away in the past, I feel different when I'm around you. I feel safer, comfortable, not afraid to admit who I am. I'm terrified I'm going to screw that up. All this nonsense and you still have faith, eh? You really care about me, don't you? And I'll have yours. All right, partner. I suppose it's time we get back to work. Thank you for being... I'm, pretty sure you weren't supposed to take that.
I guess I have to admit, this resort isn't as bad as I thought it'd be.
Oh, this is even better than in the brochure!
Come here for a little R&R, huh? Me too.
I wish I had booked a stay for... longer.
Enjoy your stay, knowing you're in our...
Welcome to Paradiso. Jiro Tsukiyama at your service. Do you have a security concern, or is there something else I can help you with?
Honestly, it's not as exciting as you might think most of the time. More often than not, we're just handling drunk and disorderly conduct. Heck, even pirates leave us alone for the most part. I think it's because some of them actually vacation here. As long as they're not bothering anyone, we've been told not to worry about them. Something I can help you with? Ah, yes. Let's get right to it then. As you can imagine, we've got a predicament on our hands. Under normal circumstances, we would not enlist outside help in this manner. But this is a matter we can't afford to worry our guests about. As such, we need to handle this discreetly. Failure on your part to do so could have severe consequences. So, before we proceed, can you swear not to discuss this with anyone else unless explicitly directed to do so? Great. I appreciate it. Not too long ago, a strange and enormous ship appeared in Parima space. It is now locked in orbit around our planet. So far, it doesn't seem to be hostile, but any attempts to communicate with it have been in vain, so we're unsure of the ship's intentions. I see. Well, if you're speaking on their behalf, I'll refer you right along to the chairman of the Paradiso Group's board, Oliver Campbell. All formal decisions will go through him, not me. I'll let him know you're on your way.
It may be paradise, but that doesn't mean we don't run into trouble, okay?
Hi there.
I'm not much of a beach person. But everyone talks about this place.
That's something you might be interested in.
Someone put up Keats' drawings in the staff lodging. Not sure where they came from.
Excuse me, you can't just waltz in there. Do you have an appointment? Oh, you're the one they're waiting for then. Do you need anything else from me before you meet with the board? What I could tell you would get me in a lot of trouble. Most of them are typical C-level execs. I doubt you even need to use your imagination for that. The ones that show up to work day to day, at least. I swear, I've never even met some of them, because they chill at their own private, secluded beach homes all the time. Anyway, be smart around Oliver. He's got a way of getting what he wants without you realizing it. And that's all I'll say. People were a little freaked out around here, understandably. It looks so different and it's so massive. We honestly thought we were under attack by an unknown entity. But then, nothing happened. It just stayed there. No one could communicate with it. And we've been very careful not to alert the resort guests. The board believed it would be bad for business. I can't speak for anyone else, but I've got a pretty high-pressure job working as the executive assistant to the Paradiso board. You can imagine, dealing with a team of execs, trying to manage all of their schedules and their other whims. But it pays well, and they give me a nice executive suite at the hotel to live in. So, it's not all bad. Free access to all the resort's amenities after work helps too. Sure. Have fun in the shark tank. And don't worry, even they call it that.
You'd think we'd be a prime target for pirates, but they know to stay away for the most part.
I just feel that we should be focusing on the natural beauty of this planet, not our amenities.
There are millions of planets out there. People can go to any one of them. The resort facilities are precisely what we bring to the table. Heck, it's the only thing we've really got to offer.
I don't want to risk us coming off as just another artificial, shady, trash-filled dump like Neon. That's not who we are.
Come on, mate.
We've got something
Loads more interesting
special
things to do
here.
outside.
We should
Don't need to
embrace
mill about in
that.
here. Not quite. We just don't answer to the Freestar Collective or the United Colonies. Makes things easier. We don't pay any taxes. We don't need to follow their laws. All the benefits, none of the drawbacks. And no one minds because half the politicians and other big shots love vacationing here. Works for everyone. We, the Paradiso Group, bought the rights to this planet years ago with the intent of turning it into the biggest and best resort in the universe. To that end, I'd say we've succeeded. As such, no other leisure enterprises may operate on the planet without renting land from us. But as you can see, none can afford such a deal. No, of course not. There's several more. We're just the ones who show up day to day. The others spend their time lazing on the beach or gallivanting off-world. Doesn't bother me, though. Less cooks in the kitchen means I get to make all the big decisions around here. Seems to be working out for us just fine. I am. And you must be the diplomat Jiro told me about. Welcome, welcome. Normally I'd offer you an all-inclusive stay at our resort before we spoke. But given the circumstances, I'm going to cut to the chase. We've got our friends, the aliens, up there causing all sorts of problems for our resort. You like that? The marketing team came up with it. The thought is, if we can't get rid of them, it might actually attract more tourism. Come see the aliens! We run a premier resort getaway here. We can't have our guests concocting stories about some budgy old ship hanging around up there. As it is, we've had to reroute our luxury liners round the other side of the planet on entry so no one sees it. It's bad for business. We need to nip this in the bud and take care of it before the tourists catch on and cause a scene. You'd be surprised what people fall for. Locally sourced island fruit essences, for instance. It's just the same old fruits brought over from Earth ages ago, but we get nearly 10 times the market for them. But you're right, no one's gonna buy aliens. Remind me to fire the marketing team. So, tell me, what's the actual deal with this massive eyesore of a ship, besides scaring people away? Well, that's something. Shame we can't just tell them kindly to bugger off. Something tells me that's not going to work. Now, tell me, what are we going to do about it? Give me some proposals, people. I need something to work with here.
We could offer to resettle them here. There's more than enough space.
They could stay here, temporarily, but it'll cost them. Quite a bit, too. They'd need to work off all their debts before being allowed to leave.
Maybe not. What if we help them get out of here? Outfit their ship with a grav drive so they can find a new home. We could even lend our engineers to help and give their captain an updated star map. What do you think?
Sounds costly. We can't absorb that cost, and it's unlikely they even have compatible currency, let alone enough for the transaction. Someone else would have to foot the bill.
Oh, I swear this would be a lot easier if they ceased to exist entirely. Anyway, Seema's got the right idea. Either works for me. Just tell me what you want to do. We operate outside of the Free Stars only, you see, partially because we don't want anyone else meddling in our affairs. And we'd rather not draw attention to it. As I've mentioned, it could be bad for business. We'd much rather settle this independently. It's not our responsibility to bear the brunt of that cost. We're being more than generous by offering the use of our engineering team to help install it. A custom grav drive can't come cheap, and I assume they have neither the monetary means nor the connections to get a hold of that kind of technology. That leaves the only other party in this negotiation: you. I'm not suggesting anything, other than it would make our lives so much easier if that ship ceased existing. Make of that what you will. I didn't say that specifically. This would be a mutual contract for room and board in exchange for services rendered. Of course, there's no telling how long this arrangement will last, given the substantial costs we'd need to take on in order to accommodate them here, including their continued room and board. But this may save the resort on operating costs in the long term, as we'd be able to let go of some of our current paid staff. And which proposal will you be taking to the good captain? I assume there's a captain? They'd be hard-pressed to defend their claim in any courts. Our charter goes back years. It was registered with both the UC and Freestar Collective, per the Centaurus Proclamation. We may be outside the settled systems, but that charter's official as can be. I'm sorry, but you're going to need to be the one to break the news to them that they need to make a compromise or leave. Guess we're tabling it for now. Let's circle back around ASAP, though. Belom's right.
Thank you.
We don't want to compete with Dion. Bayou's ruthless. He'll do anything he can to eliminate the competition.
Moment.
Why did I think 3 days was going to be enough?
I'm on vacation because I don't want to be bothered by anyone. Get it?
I don't think any place could be more perfect.
This is the spot, right here. It's absolutely perfect.
It's lovely here.
Hey there.
I'm here to satisfy your needs. I hope your stay is a pleasant one.
I was worried about my beach body until I spoke with that lady at the dance. No one's going to care if I cut off 6
I hope you are enjoying the view up here.
Perhaps something you might be interested in.
What a nice day, huh?
Paradiso Security is only here for your safety. Pretend we're not even here.
Everything here is a little more expensive than I expected. Guess that's how they get you.
We've got some of the best private security in the settled systems.
There are so many activities I'm looking forward to doing.
Another lost belonging notification in the system. When am I going to find the time? Oh dear, a guest! Dreadfully sorry you had to hear my complaint. How unprofessional of me. Hello, welcome to Paradiso. Dirk Huddleston at your service. Do you need assistance checking in for your reservation? Oh, that's odd. I'm not seeing it here in our system. I'm extremely sorry for any inconvenience this has caused. It appears all of our premium suites are booked, but I am prepared to make this right for you. I'll credit your account with a 20% discount on this or your next stay. There. Right as rain now. Purima 2 is owned independently by the Paradiso Group. We exist outside of the United Colonies and Freestar Collective, yet entertain visitors from both. The Paradiso Group is run by several board members, many of whom take residence within the resort itself. They established the resort as a getaway for all on the most beautiful planet in the universe, and I can tell you that there were substantial monetary investments to make sure of that. For one, our hotel rooms are quite luxurious. The executive suite is especially posh, but perpetually booked. However, I must say, even the economy rooms are exceedingly pleasant. You'll find our beach relaxing, and we have several top-notch shops and dining experiences. I particularly enjoy a spot of afternoon tea from Tranquility. Of course, we also have the galaxy's only gourmet chunks. And if you're feeling adventurous, I believe the Enhance is still running a very popular Paradiso Getaway Special. Oh no, you're on vacation. I wouldn't dream of asking a guest to find other guests' lost belongings. But if you want to take a look at the list in the system and you happen to find anything while you're out and about, I suppose it would help me out. Please, don't feel obligated, however. Broad question, but I'll try my best. Paradiso is the premier resort destination in the known universe. This planet is as perfect as one could possibly imagine. That is, assuming pristine beaches, constant beautiful sunny weather, and fabulous resort accommodations are to your liking. Thank you again for staying with us.
I'm here to satisfy your needs. I hope your stay is a pleasant one.
We try to stay out of the guests' way, but we're always here in case.
To move on.
Ready for takeoff in 3, 2, 1, go!
Orbital insertion completed.
Seals are locked and we are docked.
Up something you might be interested in.
Hi. Please disregard.
We've got strict rules around here, but they're strict for a reason.
The Constant is a peaceful ship. Don't change that.
We were never trained to address threats coming from outside our ship.
No matter now that you're here, I can finally give my crew a chance at and don't forget to tell of us in your travels.
I know Captain Brackenridge has essentially given you free rein to wander the ship, but security will still be watching you closely. I hope you understand, given we have so little experience with people from the outside. It pays to take security seriously, something I understand much better now than in my youth. Our people never expected to meet with other colonies, so forgive them if they are distrustful. I don't have much basis for comparison. People tend to stay in line, but when they don't, I imagine it can be more challenging than out there. We only have a small break. So in the few cases where there was widespread disorder, we needed to improvise. I'm told that has only happened once in our entire history. There was a brief revolt under Captain Brackenridge II when he amended the rationing laws. Prisoners were confined to their quarters. After the trial, the leader of the mutiny was exiled to space. We take security threats very seriously, for obvious reasons. We had time to prepare ourselves since we arrived in orbit around this planet. We knew there was life, and the predominant theory was that it was human life. When you approached, we needed to be careful. Both because you presented a potential threat, but also potential salvation. Plans were in place to deal with both scenarios, and luckily, cooler heads prevailed. It may surprise you to learn that I didn't. See, in my teenage years, I was quite rebellious. I stole a keycard and used it to get into the reactor. My shenanigans almost led to a total reactor meltdown. Normally, the punishment for such an act would be ejection from the ship. But my parents pleaded with Diana's father, the captain at the time, for leniency. He agreed. After I served time in the brig, he assigned me a job with the security team. I took the lesson to heart and have been taking my job seriously ever since. Indeed. I tell it because it is important to remember why we have rules that must be followed. And yet, it is good to be reminded that sometimes leniency does have its benefits. Bye.
Careful waving that fancy gun around. We don't need to see what it can do.
Now that we know what's out there, things are gonna be more interesting from here on
No matter the outcome, I won't let my crew down.
Hey! So it is true. An actual stranger aboard our ship? Wow. We don't get any. We never expected to meet anyone else traveling the stars. But if you're here, that must mean there are others. Kind of incredible that we never bumped into anyone. Either we took a strange route, or the vastness of space just makes chance encounters unlikely. Maybe some combination of the two. Either way, I'm so relieved to find out that we're not alone out here. Oh, geez. Sorry, of course you don't know my name. We never met. I'm Yue. Wow, I never thought this would happen. Sure. Well, unless there's anything else you want to talk about. It's incredible. I'm pretty excited to meet new people and ask them all sorts of questions. I wonder about all we've missed this whole time while humanity has advanced around us. Oh, I'm the navigation officer, though I switch between nav and piloting. I'll be honest, the ship pretty much flies itself. Its destination hasn't changed since it launched, and we're here now, so I'm not sure what's next. See, the nav system's not perfect. We encounter stuff that our forebears didn't originally count on. Astral bodies, space debris, stuff like that. So sometimes I need to take manual control and get out of tricky situations. Then there was the time I used those unaccounted for anomalies to our advantage. Slingshotted us around a few stars that weren't supposed to be there, saved some fuel and knocked a few decades off our journey. Pretty incredible stuff. Get you around.
Just stay out of trouble.
Never seen a ship like yours before. Then again, I haven't seen any ships.
Just stay out of trouble.
We were never trained to address threats coming from outside the ship.
Wonder what it's like out there, beyond our little community.
Now that we know what's out there,
Does I have time for a nap before we leave?
Been a while. How are you?
Ah, a face I never mind seeing. What can I do for you?
Locks, air pressure, drive, all good to go, Captain.
have something for you when you have a moment.
Building Sidonia completely underground was a clever way of keeping the city fueled. Land. For you.
Crime's at an all-time low around Sidonia. Let's keep it that.
Hope nothing.
Look at this place. I can't imagine being cramped down here, choking on the fumes and the dust. No trees, no grass. It's depressing.
A carefully prepared
I wish my mom weren't so sad all the time.
I have waited so long for this book. A little longer won't hurt. Oh, did you find the book, Dragon Star Force Volume 1, The Heroes of the Dragon Star? Nice. Can't tell you how long I've been waiting to add this to my collection. Thanks again. I hope this makes it all worth it to you.
We'll be lucky if we pull anything organic off this rock.
Bravo! It's likely this facility was constructed within the crater to protect it from the elements, or prying eyes.
glad you're in the fleet. If you weren't, I would have killed you already. Always looking for the next spark.
Oh, no. Now I've lost my appetite. Dropping off a few choice items. Bye. Well, hello. There's a terminal up above. On the catwalk. We should search for a way up. Set aside anything useful and just leave the rest.
me in combat, I will be forced to detain you.
Does the UC really think this death scares us? As long as the credits keep rolling in, life's good.
This area is on.
Nobody can stop the Crimson Fleet.
You learn to pick. You know what? On second thought, I don't want to know.
Nobody can stop the Crimson Fleet.
Glad you're in the fleet. If you weren't, I would have killed you, lady.
You see, really thinks this step scares us?
Ooh, that's pungent.
Something you need? Want to see what I'm carrying? Bye for now. I'm listening. Bye-bye. We can move into the next area from here.
Always looking for the next mark.
As long as the credits keep rolling in, life's good.
You're carrying too many odds and ends. Time to let something go. Oh, I wonder how this poor soul ended up this way. Such a shame.
This area is off limits. You need to leave. I will not tolerate the theft of any nearby objects. You need to leave this area immediately. You need to leave this area immediately. You are not allowed in this area. Leave the area immediately. This is you are not allowed in this area.
Hopefully, this is the way forward. Not exactly a pot of gold, but this will do. Should we keep exploring through here, or no?
You need to leave this area immediately.
Always looking for the next mark.
There's a huge difference between being prepared and carrying too much.
Glad you're in the fleet. If you weren't, I would have killed you already.
Hello. I think I've found something here.
Yes? Bring me anything useful? Talk to you later. Might have something you might be interested in.
I'm listening. Okay, but I have to say, I don't like being left behind.
Talk to me, my dear friend.
Eager to help. Hello, excellent to see you. I'm at your side. You, my love. Are truly something special.
Good day, Captain.
I appreciate you taking the wheel. again. Did you hear that? victory. Hopefully they amount to something.
hostile camps are wiped off the map.
We got a lot. How's it going? Can I help you? Cool. That's what we... Yo, stay good out there.
Though it is widely speculated that the train...
No ex-condos aren't anything special.
Hey, you buy from me, maybe I can give you the... Take a look. Be safe out there.
Depositions of 3 key eyewitnesses. But all 3 have recanted.
Now that we are here, what will be our next course of action?
Ah, my friend. Dish.
How can I be of... service, Captain?
I'm glad to see you.
You ever hear that one about the
If nothing else, Constellation does have excellent lodging.
bathroom real quick, and when I get back, I'm gonna do this Doom DLC. Sorry, had to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna start this Doom DLC. I heard it's hard. Alicia?
This is the black box comm data for ship 597S32 Delta. Ship name, Athena. Registered to Captain Helena Mulgrew. Neon Shipyards, 2328. Warning. Damage detected. Data reconstruction advised. Retrieving viable data. Recovered topics. Personal log. Maintenance log. bridge recording. Expedition log. Final distress call.
Personal log. The deal seems too good to be true. I mean, sure, it's risky, but all our best jobs are. Still, I can't shake this feeling I've got. Mitch says I'm thinking too much. That these guys are just whack jobs. Yeah, whack jobs with a few million credits to burn. And tech like I've never seen. It doesn't add up. Still, what they're offering us? I mean, we'd be stupid to turn it down. Right?
End of recovered log.
Personal log? Maintenance log? I don't even know. All this is moving too fast. These guys are too eager for us to get on with the job. It's almost creepy. These drives they fitted to our ships, I've never seen anything like them. I'm half convinced they're leaking something. Feel sick anytime I'm near them for too long. But all the readings I take show green, so... I asked about our contractors again. House for room, Mitch reckons. Yeah, that checks out. All the whacked out stuff they say and their weird engines. Freaks. But freaks with credits. I just want all this over with already.
End of recovered log.
Jump successful. Rift device powering down. All. What the verse are we? Are we even still in space? I can't find our location in any nav charts.
Enough chatter. Mitch's ship jumped a few minutes before us, but I'm not seeing it. Looks like he was right. The jump caused us to drift. Locate and rendezvous with his ship, and then we're ready to touch down and begin our search.
Understood. Perseus located. Moving to intercept. ETA 7 minutes.
Everyone suit up. Full protection. And bring the modded mag shears. I don't want us taking any chances on this one.
End of recovered log.
Moogle! I'm here. The hell's going on? Where are you?
We got the relic. But Barrow's dead. Lance, Casey, half the red team too. Just rip them apart. Fuck.
We need to...
Oh God! They found us! Run! Get out of here!
Everyone back to the ship!
But Abby's badly hurt. She needs...
Leave her! Back to the ship now!
End of recovered log.
Mitch! I know you managed to jump back too. Answer me! Where are you? Mitch! I need you here! They demanded that we go back to that place. When I refused, they're trying to kill me. I need your help, please! I've lost control of the ship. You need to rendezvous with me. Sending you my coordinates. The damn relic and all the credits. Just save me from these freaks! Shit. Blocking my transmission. I'm gonna try piggybacking on some city comm lines.
Relaying coordinates of attempted Romulus. Target vessel. The Perseus. Captain Nagani Mitch Milani. End of log. No more logs available. Please contact an officially sanctioned data retrieval specialist for further assistance.
after a perfect jump. Fascinate me.
You've got something for me?
Perhaps. This planet has some undocumented seismic activity. Because of the... Never mind, I am not good with jokes.
Hey.
I want to hear one of my stories? Or do you have one to tell me? Docking complete.
winner takes all is the phrase, is it not?
you see? Oh, God. Even when I close my eyes, I see. How could I? How can I make sense of anything? Those things. Creatures of flesh and machine. Even when I'm alone, I see them. Just a step away in the darkness, waiting for me. Brave words, if you'd seen them. Still, a fighting chance is still a chance. All right. Give me a moment. I'm sorry. I'll try and make sense. You came all this way for me. It's the least I can do. What does that matter now? If you want a name, call me Mitch. But as far as I'm concerned, the dead have no need for names. Gone. Once we'd left, he spoke to us. All of us. Inside our heads. Made promises. Offered temptations. I saw them for what they were. Deception. Lies. But the crew, one by one, they gave themselves over. Some turned on me. I put them down. Others chose to end things on their own terms. And others just submitted, allowing themselves to be taken back. Fools. Damned fools! Distress signal? Right. Mulgrew. Me and her are business partners. We're mercs. We were mercs. I know she's dead. He told me. Said it didn't matter. She'd served her purpose. She didn't even want to do this job. Said it felt wrong. Should have listened to her. No, I won't go. It was too easy. They could have killed all of us. Those things let us escape. So, I'm staying right here. I have to. If I leave, it would only lead the wolves to more sheep to gorge themselves on. I know what they want now. What he wants. And like a fool, I would have delivered it to him. But wait. You don't see. You don't hear his voice. You take it. This will open the way. Go to the Red Planet. You're an external force. Something unforeseen. Take the power for yourself. Better off in your hands. Go now. I've done all I can. I hear him still. Is it time?
Get a bunch of groceries. Inspired emotions.
Take what you must. Leave the rest for the scavengers.
Ah, weird. I was just thinking. Well,
We've detached. Let's get out of here.
time to park this boat.
Ah, a face I never mind seeing. What can I do? Need to see what I'm carrying? We will speak again soon, I hope. I would not mind if we... return to bed sometime soon?
Greetings, Captain.
Some sort of science facility. A rather unique design. I wonder if it is for show or serves some particular purpose.
Alert. Arrival at entrance. Please be advised, no ID was detected.
Say something if you see things worth investigating. You've met your match. And once again, we are triumphant. Someone or something will clean up whatever's left behind. Extra ammunition is always welcome if they have any.
If you are in need of supplies, I suggest speaking with the nearby humans.
Damn it! I have a life anyway.
this laboratory has adequate safety protocols.
Profit is never necessarily the aim, but if there is something worth taking... Lots of technical equipment here. I cannot make sense of it, but clearly someone could, and did.
Under fire! Damn it!
I'm glad to see you. If I can take a few things, I will. I am here if you need me. Unless you are secretly on staff with this laboratory, I do not think we are supposed to be here. Let us keep from pressing any unnecessary buttons in here, yes?
You cannot beat me!
Reloading! Shit! One down! Just die!
Your skill with locks is admirable. tell you later, or...
wrong? Give up now.
Unidentified presence eliminated. Lockdown lifted. Have a nice day.
Well fought. The victory is yours. Take gratification in your trophies. You are not the first to possess the vestments of ruin, nor will you be the last. May your stewardship be long and forgotten, but know that in time the true heir will return for what is rightfully his and his alone. Lament that day, mortal, as too shall we.
Your orders, Captain. Hello.
lost in my thoughts, but glad to be back.
We're locking into orbit now.
Appointments to be made, but I can spare a moment. I got some cargo that could use a good home.